Okay, good morning. Good morning to all our participants. Objectives for this seminar will primarily be under knowing the nature of withholding tax. Okay, to know the computation of withholding tax, income payment subject to expanded withholding tax, and then to know the income payment subject to final withholding tax, and what are the basic compliance for the withholding tax, like the filing of tax returns, when we should file it, what should we file, what are the attachments. Okay, so we will discuss this throughout the day. Okay, sige. We'll cover these things. On top of that, we also included the extended tax deadlines for the BIR. So because of the pandemic that happened globally, so BIR somehow given us some extension, although that extension is already actually near, and they don't plan any further extension. Okay? So halos lahat ng mga tax deadlines nagkasabay-sabay na niyan. So we just need to make sure na we are aware on what we need to file, not just the withholding tax, especially the main taxes like income tax, compensation, VAT, percentage tax, and such. And then if you have any questions regarding the train law, okay, that was passed in 2018. And then ngayong 2020, if you've heard, they're planning to pass the bill CREATE. So it's a counterpart of train law, since train law is for individuals, while CREATE naman is for enterprise, for non-individual businesses. So there are some good news on that. I can share some of it, although it's not yet law. It's a draft, pero it's really making a good progress and on the right thrust. So hopefully if ganun siya ma-approve, it will be a big benefit for everyone. And I can share some parang mga key techniques on how you can maximize these things. So for the nature of withholding tax, okay, when we say withholding tax, ironically, it's not actually a tax. Okay, it's only a method of collecting the income tax. Kasi in the first place, the enterprise or the business that is paying the withholding tax, it's not actually their own tax. It's the tax of their suppliers. Okay, we are only handling it temporarily, okay, from our suppliers. So if we parang bought goods or services, let's say 100 pesos, sabi ng BIR for the withholding tax, you should not pay the whole 100 pesos if you are qualified or mandated to withhold. For example, you'll only pay out of the 100, the 95 pesos to your supplier. The 5 pesos, you will withhold it, such by the word withholding tax, and then you will remit it to the BIR. Okay, but it is not your tax. So what are the types of withholding taxes? So there are two types. First, we have the final withholding tax and the creditable or expanded withholding tax. Final withholding tax, it's a full payment of the income tax due, meaning yung supplier natin, their tax due for that specific transaction, you are withholding it at full. Okay? And then you will remit it to the BIR at full. So on part of the suppliers, parang settled na sila with the BIR on that transaction. Binayaran na ng customer nila yung tax para sa kanila. So there will be no liability anymore from their part as far as tax is concerned on the income tax. They don't even need to declare that income on their tax returns. While creditable or expanded withholding tax, we only withhold partial of the tax due. Okay, it's an estimated tax due withheld at source upon payment. Okay, we will give some examples para mas clear kung ano yung difference ng dalawa. Pero most common for businesses is the creditable or expanded withholding tax. Okay, here are the examples. For the final withholding tax, we have here the interest income from bank deposits. You can see our interest income has 20% final withholding tax. So sa mga savings account natin, if you'll notice, sa passbook or sa statements natin, bank statements, kapag merong nakikredit na interest dyan, automatic merong nade-debit na portion kagad. Yun yung portion na final withholding tax na kinukuha na agad ng bangko na riniremit nila sa BIR. Okay, and that's 20% of the actual interest earned on your deposits, not just savings, even time deposits, okay, and other such deposits to the banks. Prizes and winnings also. So kapag merong mga promo like sa TV or other establishments, so they will not give you in full kung ano yung sinasabi nilang winnings. Let's say 100,000. You will not get the whole 100,000. It will be subject to withholding tax, may babayaran ka pa rin. So like if you win a car, okay, and if that car costs, let's say 1.5 million, you will not get the entire car kagad. You need to pay first the withholding tax. Okay? And then we have fringe benefits, which are subject to fringe benefits tax. So these are allowances or other income given to employees with supervisory or managerial position. So kapag may mga binigay sila dito sa mga employees na outside dun sa normal contract nila, employment contract, these are subject to fringe benefits tax. So babayaran yun ng employer. Kasi ang labas nun, parang si employee siya yung supplier eh. Ibabayad niya yung benefits to the employee, but there will be a tax. Pero yung employer na yung bahala doon to settle. So employee don't have to do anything on that. Okay, that's an example of total tax is already settled by the customer. And then sample of expanded, the most common will be the compensation income. Okay, so every month, di ba, we don't get our salaries in full. Other than the statutory deductions like SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, subject to withholding. So national government, these are the government agencies directly under the executive, yung merong mga department. Okay, Department of Finance, DTI, okay, and other DOH, lahat yan. So these are national governments na hindi sila subject sa withholding. Number 2 is general professional partnership. So these are partnership that were solely established to practice a common profession. Pwedeng law, okay? Pwedeng mga attorneys sila, lahat. And then pwede rin sa accounting, kailangan lahat CPAs or pwedeng lahat architects. So yung mga professional partnership na to, hindi sila subject sa withholding. Okay? And then joint ventures or consortium subject to conditions. So joint venture or consortiums technically are not actually corporations or enterprise because these are group of businesses, okay? Like Corporation 1, Corporation 2, Corporation 3. Pagsasama-samahin lang nila yung resources nila to a specific project. Okay? Kasi probably the corporation wants on its own cannot fund the whole project. Kailangan niya ng tulong ni Corporation 2, additional na pera. Corporation 3, probably meron siyang technical expertise na wala naman yung ibang corporation. So they will just join forces, okay, to enter a project. Commonly nangyayari ito sa mga construction projects or yung mga oil and gas na projects, okay, na drilling. Kasi malalaki yung mga capital requirements nila. And then number 4, persons exempt from income tax under special or general laws such as HLURB, HUDCC. So these are registered corporation engaged in socialized housing. Common nito is like yung mga homeowners associations. Okay? And then we also have the BOI, PEZA, and SBMI enterprises. So these are the Board of Investment, yung mga PEZA like sa Clark, okay, sa Subic, and then another special economic zone. So if you will see this list, okay, especially yung 1 to 4, bullet 1, they are exempt from withholding specifically because they are exempt from income tax itself. Okay? Sabi natin yung expanded withholding tax, di ba partial lang natin wini-withhold. Yung creditable income tax kasi na yon na wini-withhold sa kanila, gagamitin nilang yon pambayad ng tax naman. So it's an additional credit for them. Okay? Parang in advance na yung tax sa kanila. Pero sa mga items na to, so yung 1 to 4, if wala silang income tax, the question is kung i-withhold yung tax nila, saan nila gagamitin yung creditable withholding tax? Right? So it won't make sense na i-withhold sila. That is the reason kung bakit sila exempt from withholding tax. Basically because they are exempt from income tax itself. Okay? So kung meron mga company sa inyo, nakatransact nyo, suppliers, nasabi nila, no, we are not subject to withholding tax, pero kasama sila dun sa list ng mga should be withholding, lalo na kung ikaw top withholding agent ka. So you have to first check as a basic rule, bakit kayo magiging exempt from withholding? Exempt ba kayo sa income tax? Okay? So that is the first rule of thumb na titingnan natin kung ayaw nila magpa-withhold. And then yung last item, do sa second bullet ng number 4, the BOI, PEZA, and SBME enterprises, although taxable sila, meron silang special regime. Okay? They are not subject to 30% income tax. They are subject to 5% gross income tax. Okay? So yung sa kanila straightforward, 5%. Okay, that is the reason kung bakit hindi sila subject sa withholding tax. Okay, they have a different tax regime. So special sila for this So kung meron kayong mga katransaction or mga supplier from Clark, okay, Subic, you can actually ask for a certification. Okay, meron silang special certificate to say na registered sila sa BOI or PEZA enterprise. Okay, para hindi nyo sila i-withhold. Okay? And before agreeing on that, you should ensure na meron na makuha nyo yung certificate because that will be your parang defense or proof in case na ma-audit kayo ng BIR. Kasi even if located sila sa Clark or do sa mga PEZA zone, hindi automatic yun sa iba. Okay? Kailangan makuha nyo pa rin yung certificate nila. Yun yung need nyo, okay, as a proof at a minimum. Hindi automatic yun dahil nag-ooperate sila sa loob ng Clark or sa loob ng Subic. Okay na yun. Alright? RR 11-2018, actually these are types of government instrumentalities. Okay? So these are government-owned or controlled corporations exempt from income tax under the National Revenue Code. So GSIS, SSS, and PhilHealth, and local water districts. So itong mga to, hindi rin sila subject sa withholding tax. Okay? Actually, yung medyo kakaiba lang dito yung local water districts. So even though there are common suppliers, they are not subject to withholding tax. Okay? But, okay, if they have any transactions outside of their normal business, GSIS, SSS, PhilHealth, local water district, alam naman natin kung ano talaga yung business nila, di ba? PhilHealth, nasa healthcare yan. Local water district, distribution ng water. If they have businesses outside of that specific transactions, subject na sila sa withholding tax. For example, si local water district, meron siyang extra space. Okay? Ikaw naman, okay, meron kang requirement ng office. Maganda yung location nila. Parang malapit siya dun sa target mo na market. So, yung rental space, yung space na yon, ikaw yung nagre-renta. Rents are mandatorily subject to 5% withholding tax. Okay, just to be clear. So yung local water district, hindi niya pwedeng sabihin, hey, I'm exempt, okay, from withholding tax kasi exempt ako sa income tax. Pero yung rental kasi ng space, hindi naman yun sa mandatory sa business niya. So it's just an extra income for the local water district. So ngayon, if ikaw yung tenant niya, you should subject that to withholding tax of 5%. Okay? Same goes with GSIS, SSS, and PhilHealth. Basta outside sa business nila, okay, hindi yun subject, hindi yun exempt sa income tax. Okay, subject yun sa income tax. Therefore, subject din siya sa withholding tax. Okay? In addition, okay, ito rin yung sa nabanggit ko na kanina, yung sa train law ng 2018, di ba nagbago tayo ng tax regime for individual. Okay, mostly nag-benefit dyan yung mga nasa lower middle class earners. Kasi either natanggal yung tax based dun sa table or bumaba yung tax rate. Unless kumikita ka ng 8 million or more a year, tumaas yung tax mo. Pero kung less than 8 million a year ang kinikita mo, I'm sure nag-benefit ka dun sa changes ng 2018. Okay? So especially yung mga individuals, okay, na hindi kumikita ng more than 250,000 a year. Okay? So they are not subject to withholding tax anymore. Kasi yung 250,000, ito yung limit dun sa table natin na walang tax. Okay, 0% yung income tax nila. But if you are a business, like if you are a sole proprietorship, who you think you won't earn more than 250,000 a year, hindi siya automatic, okay? Unless you have this qualification. Okay? You only have an individual payee. Okay? And then yung gross receipts mo, they will not be more than 250,000 pesos. And then you have this requirement of a sworn declaration that you need to submit okay, to your supplier or your income payer para hindi kanya i-withhold. So ito lang yung mga ito lang yung mga sole proprietorship na mandatorily required sa withholding dapat. Pero dahil less than 250,000 sila a year, hindi na sila kailangang withholdan kasi wala naman silang tax na babayaran at the end of the year unless there will be changes at the middle. Kung you think you'll have a more than 250,000 collections, okay, or revenue. Kasi like yung mga sole proprietor na professionals, yung mga subject sa mandatory withholding taxes. Okay? We'll discuss this in detail pa mamaya. So what are the conditions for expanded withholding tax? So at a minimum, an expense is paid or payable by the taxpayer, which is income to the recipient thereof subject to income tax. So ito yung sinasabi natin kanina. Okay? So para sa taxpayer, kailangan unas taxable siya para withholdan siya. Okay? And then there's a transaction. There's an expense, okay, on part of the taxpayer. So meron relationship as a supplier and customer at a minimum para mag-withhold ka. And then number 2, the income is fixed or determinable at the time of payment. Meaning, alam mo magkano yung babayaran mo, okay, to your supplier. It should not be subject to other matters that might adjust yung amount na kailangan mong bayaran. And then number 3, the income is one of the income payments listed in the regulation that is subject to withholding tax. Okay? Hindi lahat ng transaction subject sa withholding tax. Meron lang mga specific. And if, okay, kung mag-qualify ka as a withholding tax agent. Okay, discuss natin yun mamaya. Kasi hindi naman syempre lahat ba ng business, i-withhold ko ba lahat ng mga purchases ko? Okay, not for all. Okay, so these are only the requirements. And then the income recipient is a resident of the Philippines, liable to income tax. Okay, we will discuss this in further. So meron na itong mga foreign, okay? May foreign, may residents. And then the payer or withholding agent is also a resident of the Philippines. So meaning, okay, yung customer, okay, or yung magbabayad, yung magwi-withhold, kailangan sa Philippines siya. Okay, sa Philippines siya nag-ooperate ng kanyang business. Sige, this is our sample, yung sinasabi nating resident and foreign. So we simplify this. So sa left side, you can see this is a sample of a domestic business. Meaning yung business niya nasa Pilipinas. Okay, registered siya dito. Dito siya nag-ooperate. And then sa right side naman, these are non-resident foreign. Okay, corporation. Meaning, yung business nasa labas ng Philippines, let's say nasa Singapore, okay, and then nag-ooperate din sila sa Singapore. Okay? So yung payer naman, payer is ito yung customer, ito yung magbabayad. Okay? Ikaw yung naka-receive ng goods or ng service and then magbabayad ka sa payee. Okay? So payee is the supplier. Okay? So kung sa left side alone, if you look at the red arrow, the EWT, kung yung domestic payer nagbayad sa domestic payee, that is subject to the expanded withholding tax. So this is the most common. So kung yung business mo nag-ooperate lang dito sa Philippines, and then yung supplier mo nandito lang sa Pilipinas, so you don't have to worry on the right side. Okay? Huwag mo nang pasakitin yung ulo mo. So simply to say, kung subject sa withholding tax, yung transaction, then you need to withhold and remit to the BAR at the simplest form. refers to the date the obligation becomes due, demandable, or legally enforceable. Ang haba niya. Pero ang ibig lang niya sabihin nito, kung kailan nangyari yung transaction, okay, at kung kailan ka required magbayad. Okay? So kung gusto mong maging conservative, basta halimbawa nagkaroon kayo ng transaction for the month of June, withhold mo na kagad. Pagdating mo ng July, dun ka na nagre-remit sa BIR. Okay? Kasi on your part, as the withholding tax agent, you need to be conservative on this. Kasi alam naman natin yung consequence na pwede mangyari if we will not able to timely withhold and pay, remit to the BIR. Strictly speaking, from our experience, kapag mga BIR audit, hindi naman sila ganun ka-strict sa monthly. Ang gusto nila at the minimum, yung quarterly, tama yung withholding mo. Yun yung tinitingnan talaga nila. Yun na yung pinaka-stretch nila to consider. Halimbawa, mag-skip month to the next month, hindi mo agad na-withhold, hindi mo agad na-remit. They can still parang extend and understand that. Basta on a quarterly, kailangan mo na siyang i-declare on actual. On top of that, yung mga quarterly filing kasi natin, meron ng kasamang listing yan. Okay? Hindi na lang siya tax return. Meron tayong ginagawang parang detailed report, tapos in-email natin siya to the BIR. Makikita nila doon kung sino ba yung mga suppliers natin na winidholdan, yung TIN nila, yung pangalan nila, yung amount ng transaction, yung withholding tax na winidhold natin and that we remitted. So kailangan at a minimum quarterly, tama yung mga withholding natin. Okay? Sige. On part of the withholding tax rate. Okay? So yung mga babanggitin ko dito, okay, these transactions are all subject sa withholding tax. So notwithstanding on part of you, okay, as a customer, kapag meron kang transactions sa mga individuals or non-individuals na to, itong mga sumusunod, kailangan mo silang i-subject sa withholding tax. Okay? So meron lang tayong i-discuss ng mga specific exemption, pero item per item to. Generally, kailangan silang masubject sa withholding tax. Okay, for professional, promotional, and talent fees. So yung mga individual professionals, okay, if yung katransact nyo, meron siyang gross income na hindi nag-exceed sa 3 million, okay, and hindi siya VAT registered, okay, yung withholding tax is 5%. Okay, so this might be lawyers, CPAs, yung accounting, okay. So kapag individual siya, hindi nag-exceed ng 3 million, 5% lang ang withholding tax. Ngayon, paano mo malalaman na hindi nag-exceed ng 3 million yung revenue niya? They will have to give you a certificate, okay, na nagsasabing hindi lalampas ng 3 million yung revenue ko this year. Kaya kailangan yung withholding mo sa akin is 5% lang. Ngayon, kung wala siyang mabigay na certificate, you have to withhold them 10%. Okay, so these are individuals, ha? Okay. Ngayon, kahit sabihin niyang hindi siya lumalampas ng 3 million, kung VAT registered naman siya, 10% pa rin yung kailangan mong withholding. Okay. Ako ang ina-advise ko dito, kapag meron kayong mga katransact na ganito, ang gawin nyo automatic 10% ang i-withhold nyo. Sabihin nyo 10% ang i-withhold namin. Ngayon, pag sinabi nilang 5%, you need to get the proof bakit 5% na lang ang dapat naming i-withhold. Kasi on your part, as a taxpayer, sabi ko nga, you need to be conservative. Alright? Doon ka sa safe side. Ngayon, kung gusto nilang mas mababa yung i-withhold mo sa kanila, they need to give proof. Okay? Ipasa mo yung burden of proof sa kanila. Okay? In the first place, ikaw yung customer. Ikaw yung magbabayad. Okay? So, at a minimum, conservative ka, 10%. Ngayon, kung sabi nila 5%, alright? Merong mga requirements kasi para i-prove na 5% lang dapat yung i-withhold. Okay? Sige, mamaya i-discuss natin ano yung mga requirements na yun at a minimum. What if naman non-individual yung pay natin, yung professional? Okay? Kung non-individual, let's say sabi natin partnership. Okay? Kung hindi lalampas ng 720,000 naman yung income nila, 10% siya yung lower end. Okay, mababa. Ngayon, kung sobra sa 720,000 yung gross income nila, 15% naman yung kailangan mong i-withhold. Pero remember kanina meron tayong nabanggit yung mga hindi subject sa withholding. These are the GPP or General Professional Partnership. So sila, exempt sila dito. Okay, sa withholding na to. As long as they are General Professional Partnership. And as I've mentioned, you need to get a proof na talagang GPP sila or General Professional Partnership before mo sila hindi i-withhold. Kasi malaking consequence sa'yo to kapag nagkamali ka. Let's say na lang yung sa baba, kailangan pala mag-withhold ka ng 15%. Okay, halimbawa, may katransact ka na accounting firm. Sabi nila, hindi kami subject sa withholding tax. Okay, kasi sabi, pag mga professionals, ngayon pala, hindi naman pala sila General Professional Partnership. Parang regular partnership lang sila or corporation sila. Yes, nagpa-practice sila ng accounting or ng profession, pero hindi sila GPP. So, ibig sabihin, subject pa rin sila sa withholding tax under these rates. Either 10% or 15%. Again, yung advice ko, pag ganito, automatic sabihin mo, we will subject you to withholding tax. Upper limit kagad to 15%. Pag sinabi nilang hindi kami subject sa withholding tax, GPP kami, ask for a proof. Pwedeng yung SEC registration nila, okay, kasi makikita mo naman doon yung purpose ng business tsaka yung structure. If it's really a general professional partnership. Yung iba naman, yung COR nila sa BIR or yung Form 2303, merong nakalagay doon as general professional partnership. Okay? Yun yung kailangan yung makuha as a proof. Kasi it will be an additional burden sa inyo kapag hindi nyo withholdan tapos subject pala sila sa withholding. Especially kung 15%. Malaki-laki yan. Okay? Ito. Who are considered professional ba? Talents, etc. Yung mga dinidiscuss natin kanina. So for individuals, these are individuals engaged in the practice of profession or calling, requirement government licensure examinations, and are regulated by the Professional Regulations Commissions, such as Supreme Court. At a minimum, ito yung merong mga PRC ID. Okay? Tsaka yung mga integrator IBP, Integrated Bar of the Philippines, which are the lawyers. Yung mga lawyers kasi hindi sila under sa PRC. Meron silang special board. Okay? Other than that, lawyers plus any other professions na merong PRC ID as a professional. So sila na yung mga professional para hindi kayo malito. Pwedeng CPAs, doctors, architects, engineers, and such other professionals. Basta registered sila sa PRC. So ito yung mga wini-withhold natin na nabanggit na either 5% or 10%. Okay? Kapag wala sila dito, subject sila dun sa higher tax rate. Okay? Clear tayo dun So on top of those, okay, syempre professional, hindi lang naman yung mga professional na related sa business yung pinag-uusapan dito. So even professional entertainers such as but not limited to actors, actresses, singers, lyricists, composers, and MCs. Okay. So unless they are an employee of the business, okay, let's just be clear on that. Dito kasi dinidiscuss natin professionals and talents who are mere suppliers, okay, and not employees. So for professional entertainers, actually ito naman yung normal sa kanila. Hindi sila considered as employee. Okay, so even yung mga artista, ganon, contractual basis yung mga yan . So depende sa project na meron sila. Okay? Unlike kasi 'di ba kapag employee-employer relationship ka, meron kang fixed income every month. Ito yung nakukuha mo. Unlike sa kanila, depende kung ano yung projects na meron sila. Either if they have a show, they have a movie, all right? So, yun yung difference from employer-employee. So, kung considered sila as professional under this category, dun sila sa 5% or 10% withholding tax. Okay? And then we also have here professional athletes, including basketball players, pelotaries, and jockeys. So yung pinaka-common dito yung mga professional basketball players. So yung mga to, hindi rin sila employee. Okay, they are being paid. Meron sila actually kontrata nila for a specific year. Ganito yung professional fee niya. Okay, inaano naman to ina-agree nila under a contract. But it's not a salary. Okay? And then meron pa silang mga incentives like if they win a game or kung maka-adjust sila sa further sa playoffs or sa finals, meron silang additional pay sa mga yun. So these are also considered as professional subject to withholding tax rate of 5% or 10%. And then we have also here directors and producers involved in movies, stage, radio, television, and musical production, basically for entertainment purpose. Okay? Yung mga ito rin kasi, hindi rin sila employees. So, yung mga directors and producers, they are also subject certificate, yung Annex B2, saying na hindi lalampas ng 250,000 yung revenue ko, kaya hindi doon na ikaw lang yung customer niya na nagbabayad. Okay? If not, kapag hindi yun natupad, kailangan mo pa rin mag-withhold sa kanya. Kahit less than 250,000 lang yung revenue niya. So either 5% or 10% naman siya mag-fall. Ito, I think they need to revisit this. Kasi nilagay nila yung loan income payer requirement. What if meron kang, let's say, meron kang 3 customer? Eh kung yung income mo naman hindi naman lalampas ng 250,000 annual, wala ka pa rin dapat income tax, di ba? So kapag winidholdan ka nung 3 yon, let's say sabihin natin, take pa 5% na lang, saan mo gagamitin yung creditable withholding tax na yon? Yung winidhold sa'yo. So wala kang paggagamitan nun hanggat hindi ka kumikita ng more than 250 na masasubject ka sa withholding tax. Diba? Or masasubject ka sa income tax. So yun yung, I think they need to revisit this item. Okay? Kasi it's a strict requirement para hindi ma-withhold yung professional dun sa 5 or 10%. Kailangan less than 250 and isa lang dapat ang customer niya. Okay? Same, kailangan niya bigay yung sworn declaration tsaka yung COR niya sa nag-iisa niyang customer every January 15 din. Okay, yan no, yan yung requirement, 250. How about dun sa non-individual naman? Remember, sa individual, yung cutoff natin is 3 million, di ba? For non-individual, the cutoff is 720,000 pesos naman. Okay, if nag-a-avail yung corporation, maybe it's a management, it's a professional, sabi niya 10% lang ang i-withhold mo sa akin, wag 15%. So kailangan niya magbigay ng sworn declaration, Annex B3 naman. And kailangan notarize yung sworn declaration. Okay? Same thing, before January 15 of the year, kailangan mabigay na yung sworn declaration. Or if the middle of the year naman yung transaction ninyo, again, before ka magbayad, okay, nung first payment mo. So if ang withholding niya, sabi niya 10% mo lang ako withhold. So before mo bayaran yung 90%, kailangan na i-file mo muna sa BIR yung binigay niya sa'yo na sworn declaration. Okay? Ayan. So 15%, kapag hindi niya na-provide yung declaration certificate or yung income payment na nare-receive ng professional company na yon or non-individual is lumampas ng 720,000. So if you know na meron kang transaction the supplier na yon or sa professional non-individual na yun na more than 720, ibig sabihin automatic hindi na siya qualify. So you don't have to run through all these requirements. Automatic 15% mo na. Okay? Usually naman kapag yung mga non-individual, 15% na yung pinapa-withhold nila. Kasi magagamit naman nila yon at full yung 15% kasi for corporations, automatic 30% yung tax rate nila. Okay? Regular income tax rate. So, kung 15% yung withhold sa kanila, it's okay. They can still deduct it and use it. Okay? It's not that big thing. Unlike kasi for individual, di ba? So, meron silang sinusunod na graduated tax rate. Okay? Kasi what if withhold mo sila 10% and nagpo-fall lang pala sila dun sa less than 10% na tax due. So meron silang mga hindi nagagamit na creditable withholding tax. Although pwede naman nila yun i-carry forward on the following years. Okay? Okay, kanina lang on the question, I think balikan natin. The BIR ruling on the LGU, actually under din sila dun sa ruling na binanggit natin kanina. Kasi they are under dun sa national government. Nasa section dun sa revenue code. Ay balikan natin yung slides mamaya. But nandun yung specific revenue code. Okay? Kasi as under exempt from the withholding tax. Okay? And then we have here another question, clarification on VAT suppliers. If non-VAT deals with VAT registered with total expense to be recorded on the books of non-VAT payer will be, because there are regulations on how to. I see. Okay, this is a very good question. Okay. So let's say ikaw yung customer, non-VAT ka. Alright? Pero yung supplier mo, VAT. So meron siyang 12%. Okay, na patong. Okay, although this is outside the withholding tax, if I'm correct. Since ikaw non-VAT ka, hindi mo naman magagamit yung VAT ng supplier mo. So for accounting purpose and for recording of the expense, you will record the whole amount as an expense. You don't need to differentiate the basic expense and the VAT. Okay? So kung meron kang 112, let's say 112 pesos na expense, which includes VAT, so yung 112 na yun na yung expense mo. Okay, so debit expense and then credit cash kung binayaran mo ng cash. Okay, yun yung recording natin. You don't need to separate kasi normally, kung ikaw customer ka, vatable ka, yung supplier mo vatable din, inaano mo, di ba, binabangga mo yung output VAT against the input VAT ng suppliers mo. Pero in your case, since non-VAT ka, wala ka namang output VAT sa mga revenue mo. Okay? So wala kang babanggaan ng input VAT ng suppliers. So gagawin mo siyang part of expense. Also, yung VAT na yun na part ng expense, magiging deductible din yun when you compute for your income tax. Okay? So wala na siyang difference as far as accounting is concerned. Okay? Yung basic fee tsaka yung VAT as one na lang siya. No more recording separately as input VAT. Okay? I hope I answered that question. Where are we? Okay. So kanina, nabanggit natin, di ba? Merong ibibigay na certificate or sworn declaration sa atin yung supplier natin na professional to prove na either less than 3 million ang revenue niya and then or less than 250,000 if nag-a-avail siya dun sa exemption. Okay, and plus the COR. Sa atin, as a customer or as a payer or the withholding agent, we have an obligation, okay, to submit this naman to the BIR. Okay, so we have an Annex C, okay, that we will fill up kasi dito ilalagay natin yung number of payees who have submitted the income pay sworn declaration. So yung mga nagbigay sa atin ng Annex B1, Annex B2, Annex B3. So pati yung mga COR nila. So yung list na to, ifo-forward natin sa BIR. Okay, on January 15. On January 31 every year. Okay? But sabi natin at the middle of the year, kung merong bago, so we need also to provide this to the BIR, the updated list kapag merong nadagdag, 15 days bago tayo magbayad. Okay, dun sa bagong supplier natin. If we are availing for the lower end of the tax rate. Okay? So yung trabaho ngayon, actually additional siya sa atin as a customer. So binigyan tayo ng certificate, okay, nung natin, supplier. So tayo, gagawa din tayo ng certificate. Ililista lahat natin ng suppliers or professionals na nagbigay sa atin ng mga sworn declaration. Okay? And then, ifo-forward natin to sa BIR before natin i-avail or before natin ibigay yung lower withholding tax rate sa mga suppliers natin. Okay? So far, wala pa naman na audit sa mga ganitong cases na hinanapan sila kasi bago lang to noong 2018. Actually, marami pang nangyaring miscommunications during that time. So dati ito, nung una siyang ginawa, ang deadline is April 20. Okay, pero binago na siya ngayon. So January 15 na yung deadline for the suppliers to provide the statements. And then January 30 naman, for us customers to provide the list to the BIR. Okay? Sige. So ito na, we have here some specific transactions that are mandatorily subjected to withholding tax. So yung mga nabanggit natin kanina na mga individuals and non-individuals na required mag-withhold, ito yung mga mandatory transactions that are subject to withholding tax. First are under the rentals. These are very common. Okay? So withholding tax generally for rentals is 5%. Okay? So for real properties, these are on gross rentals for the continued use or possession of real property used in business which the payer or obliger has not taken or is not taking title or in which he has no equity. Ibig sabihin, hindi sa kanya yung property. Di ba? So parang pinairam lang sa kanya to at a fee, okay, and then you'll have to pay the rental. So if the rental fee is, let's say, 1 million, okay, you do not pay the whole 1 million sa lessor natin. We need to deduct 5%, okay, which is for 1 million is 50,000. So ang ibibigay lang natin is 950,000. Yung 5%, riniremit natin sa BIR. Kaya napansin nyo, pag nag-register kayo ng business sa BIR, and then nakita nila nire-rent nyo yung office, automatic ilalagay na sa COR ninyo yung withholding tax. Okay? Kasi sa COR, makikita nyo yung mga type of taxes. At a minimum, nandyan yung annual registration fee, okay, income tax, yun. Other than that, titignan na lang nila kung ano yung mga classifications na pwedeng idagdag. Let's say you have employees. So automatic ilalagay nila compensation withholding tax. If nagre-rent ka ng office mo, nung nag-register ka, yun automatic ilalagay rin nila expanded withholding tax. Okay? Kasi mandatory yung withholding tax ng rental. Okay, for personal properties, okay, so these are on gross rental or lease for the continued use or possession of personal property used in business, which the payer or obliger has not taken again or is not taken title. Ibig sabihin hindi yun mapupunta sa kanya. It's not a sale transaction, sa rental lang. Ang meron naman ditong requirement, upon exceeding 10,000 threshold during the year or when reasonably expected na mag-exceed ng 10,000 within the year. So actually, late lang ng threshold, di ba? 10,000 a year. Ibig sabihin, kung monthly basis to, less than 1,000. So kapag meron kang 1,000 each year na rental, automatic, kailangan mo na siyang i-withhold. Dahil lalampas na siya sa threshold natin na 10,000 every year. Okay? So these are also connected with like poles, satellites, transponder and transmission facilities, such as switchboards, landlines, aerial cables, underground cables, and submarine cables. So these are sample of other rental transactions. Also for billboards, okay, spaces used in posting advertisements in the form of billboards, yung mga nasa NLEX, okay, sa mga expressway, sa EDSA, okay, yung mga yan. So rental kasi yan ng space for billboard. So yung mga nagre-rent doon, okay, nagwi-withhold sila ng 5% before nila bayaran. Actually, even for yung real properties na nabanggit natin, that will include the land, okay, building, okay, yon yung mga office natin. So subject yon automatic sa 5%. General speaking, let's say, pag rental, automatic 5% kagad yung withholding taxes. So for rentals, kasi di ba, when we have a rental transaction, normally, hindi lang naman yung rental yung babayaran mo dyan, or it's not a simple, okay, 5,000 a month. Sige, magbabayad ako sa'yo, 5,000 a month. Iba-iba yung klase ng transaction. Ito, also part of it, persons engaged in the sale of computer service, computer programmers, software, program developers, designers, internet service providers, web page designing, computer data processing, conversion, or base service and other computer-related activities. So generally speaking, kapag mga related sa computer, either hardware or software, okay, they are subject to withholding tax as other contractors. Okay? Persons engaged in landscaping services and persons engaged in the collection and disposal of garbage. So kapag meron kayong mga contractors dito, hindi yung government kasi 'di ba yung iba government nagpo-provide din sila ng mga services for collection and disposal of garbage. Okay? Ito, yan. Yung sa transportation contractors, yung nabanggit natin kanina. Kasi sabi natin, normally kapag rental 5%. Pero ito yung mga transportation na nagfo-fall under sa transportation contractor. So first, these are the big transactions muna. Common carriers for the carriage of goods and merchandises by land, air, or water where the gross payments by the payer to the payee amounts at least 2,000 pesos. So ito yung mga forwarding companies. Actually, marami nito ngayon eh. Hindi lang malalaki, even yung mga maliliit, diba? Like yung mga Grab, okay, or yung mga LBC, JRS. Okay, if you're doing that, okay, in relation to your business, and then you are paying for at least 2,000, these are subject to withholding tax, strictly speaking. Okay, but I don't think in practice right now we are really doing this for other businesses. Okay. Pero for ano lang to remember, for businesses. And then for individual, sabi natin, kapag related siya sa personal, okay, may pinadala ka, hindi mo kailangan mag-withhold. Okay? Kasi baka, sabihin mo, ay natutunan ko po, sabi kapag itong mga forwarder, kailangan po withholdan kayo. Eh kung for personal yon, you do not have to withhold. Okay? This is only for kapag individual related sa business. Okay. So generally speaking, transportation contractors is not limited to transport of goods and merchandise, but also includes those engaged in the transport of passengers. So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, for kapag mga nag-arkila kayo ng mga sasakyan, you just need to check and see. Kasi there's been a case dito yung NESIC Philippines VCIR or the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. Okay? Kasi they were saying na kailangan 5% rental yan. They said no, they fall under transportation contractors. So kailangan 2% lang yung withholding tax. Okay? Yan. So these are also with transportation contractors. Yan, sabi natin rent-a-car companies. So these have specific ruling naman. Okay, shuttle bus service company, international airlines, lessors of motor vehicles, dump truck hauling services. So yung mga dito, yung mga BIR ruling reference, you can use this. Okay, halimbawa, na-audit kayo ng BIR and then you only withheld 2%. Sabi nila 5%. You can use this. Okay, yung mga historical ruling ng BIR. Okay? Yan. For security agencies, si security agencies kasi medyo special yung treatment ng withholding natin. It's not like a regular transaction. Okay, unlike for other contractors. Okay, pwedeng yung for mga janitorial, messengerial. Iba yung treatment for security agency, and this is a common transaction, especially if you have a property na meron kang mga security guards na kinokontract. Okay? So you need to follow some requirements. So we will discuss this thoroughly. So for a security agency, we have here the left side yung client or principal. So these are the customers. Okay? Ito yung client, principal. And then the right side, we have the security guard. Okay? So paano ba sila mag-operate? So usually kasi yung client or yung principal, let's just say the business, mag-hire siya ng security agency. Okay? And then yung security agency, meron siyang mga security guards. Okay? Well, technically speaking, as far as the law is concerned, kapag yung mga security guard, dineploy sila dun sa business or dun sa client or principal para silang empleyado, okay, nung business. Hindi sila empleyado ng agency. Okay, empleyado sila ng business. See, there's a unique kind of relationship here. Let's see kung ano yung magiging consequences for those. So for RMC 39-07, salaries of security guards form part of the taxable gross receipts. Ito yung before nagkaroon ng bagong ruling. Okay? So security agency, for the reason that the salaries are actually the liability of the agency and that the guards are considered their employees. Hence, for percentage tax purposes, the salaries are includable in its gross receipts. Let's say yung security agency, nag-bill siya sa client niya, 1 million pesos. Okay. Sa 1 million pesos na yon, siyempre, part doon yung expense ni security agency doon sa mga sweldo ng securities. Tama kasi kailangan kumita yung agency. So yung ibibil niya dapat doon sa company, kailangan makover yung mga sweldo ng mga securities. Yun yung old version. Yun yung sinasabi nitong RMC nung wala pa yung RMC 39-07. However, okay, the BIR revisits the treatment of the security agency under this labor code. Kasi unlike yung mga security, unlike yung mga janitorial similar or other similar services, the prescribed increase in the wage rate of the workers should be borne by the principals or clients of the service contractors, which the latter being made jointly or severally liable on the same, but only in the event that the principal or client fails to pay the prescribed wage rates. So ibig sabihin nito, okay, so since we have the employees, yung mga security guards, kapag nagkaroon ng increase ng salary, okay, yung security agency pwede niyang ipasa dun sa business. Okay, yung increase na yon. They have the right to pass that on to the business. So if you look at it technically, ibig sabihin, parang yung business talaga yung nagpapasweldo dun sa security guards, hindi yung security agency. Okay? Unlike kasi kapag normal service, hindi mo naman pwedeng sabihin sa mga customer mo na nagtaas yung sweldo namin sa mga employees namin, kaya magtataas kami ng presyo sa'yo. You cannot do that, right? That's not normal. Pero unlike dito kasi, sa mga contractors na to, pwede niyang taasan yung presyo ng service niya sa mga clients niya, sa mga businesses dahil nagtaas yung sweldo ng mga laborers like the security, the janitorial, and other services. Okay? And then for this one, ang naging lang kasi dito, special sila. Merong law specific for the security guards. Okay, let's read it here. No watchman, security guard, or private detective should be paid a salary or compensation less than prescribed by existing law. So rules and regulations, including those that may be promulgated relative thereto. So the amount prescribed therein should be earmarked and set aside for the purpose for stated. Ibig sabihin yung sweldo, okay, ng mga security guards. Okay, so that's the same should thereafter be segregated from the monies received by the agency from its client as an amount received for the remuneration of the guard or detective. So it's a very unique way na kapag nagbibill yung mga security agency sa businesses, nakahiwalay yung sweldo ng mga security guards at saka yung agency fee, which is yung kita talaga ng security agency. Okay? And the good thing about the security guard, meron silang specific law and for this one, which is the Section 1. Okay, Rule 14 of the 1994 Revised Rules and Regulations implementing RA 5487. Unlike kasi yung mga security, janitorial and other services, although same treatment pa rin sila na kapag nagtaas yung sweldo ng mga janitors, pwede nilang ipasa yung burden sa mga businesses. Kaso, wala silang ganitong ruling. Okay? This is very unique for the security guards. Kaya tawag nila Private Security Agency Act. Okay? Kaya medyo favorable for security agencies. Although marami itong requirements, okay, na kailangang i-comply. So we are discussing this kasi hindi lang yung security agency yung merong kailangang gawin dito. Even the part of businesses, okay, who have security guards, kailangan aware sila dun sa mga requirements to comply on these rules. Okay? So let us see. Ito yung okay, ito yung liability ng mga security agency sa side naman ng agency. The liability for the wages of the security guards, okay, is borne actually by the client of the security agency. Okay, that's what we've mentioned earlier, di ba? So the wages talaga is borne by the principal, the client, or the business. Okay, kaya nga sabi ko kanina, parang technically speaking, parang empleyado sila ng business. And then number 2, the amount corresponding to the salaries of the security guards should be earmarked and segregated by the security agencies from the amounts received from the client. So sa security agency, hindi niya pwedeng galawin yung payment ng business na related sa sweldo ng security agency. Okay? So pagkabayad nun, kailangan naka-earmark na yon, nakatabi na siya, and pwede lang yung i-disperse pambayad ng sweldo ng mga security guards. Okay? Hindi pwedeng gamitin for operational purposes ng security agency yung sweldo ng mga security guards. Okay? So merong benefit dito yung security agency. Okay? Look at here. Only the agency fee net of the VAT should be subject to withholding taxes. So dyan papasok yung withholding tax. Okay? So conditions, contract for security services should break down the agency fee and the security guard salaries. Okay. So kailangan clear yung kontrata ng business at ng security agency. Kailangan alam ng business kung magkano lang yung binabayaran niya para sa sweldo at magkano yung agency fee na makukuha ng security agency. Okay? And then, meron din siyang documental requirements which is also unique. VAT OR should be issued only for the agency fee. Okay? Non-VAT acknowledgement receipt will be issued for the salaries. Okay? So let's be clear on that. Let's say meron kang 1 million na bill galing sa security agency. 800,000 doon, sweldo ng mga security guards. And then, let's say 200,000, yun yung agency fee. So yung 200,000, yun lang yung subject sa withholding tax. And kung may VAT yun lang yung merong VAT, yung 200,000. Okay? Again, para makompute yung withholding tax, kailangan mo munang tanggalin yung VAT. Okay? It's very unique in a way kasi for other contractors like yung janitorial, kapag nag-bill ng 1 million sa'yo yung janitorial company, yung buong 1 million, subject yun sa withholding tax. Okay? And sa VAT. Hindi niya pwedeng tanggalin yung sweldo ng mga janitors. Okay? Unlike sa security agency, only the portion of the agency fee yung subject lang sa withholding tax. Here we have a sample. Okay? This is also how we record. Okay? Sa atin. For as part of the business kapag meron tayong security agency. Let's say, yung salaries ng security guard, 404. Okay? So yung salary, yung security agency fee, 100 pesos. Okay? So yung VAT mo, magbe-base lang siya sa agency fee, which is the 100. Okay? So yung 404, hindi sila subject sa input VAT at sa withholding. If you can see the credit side or yung bottom row natin, yung EWT payable, the 2 is actually the 2% of the agency fee of 100. Okay? Yun lang yung subject sa expanded withholding, not the whole amount of 504. Kasi if this is a different kind of agency like janitorial agency or manpower agency, yung buong 504, yun ang subject sa input VAT at withholding tax. Okay? Unlike for this, sa security agency, yun lang agency fee or yung patong lang, okay, ng security agency ang subject sa withholding tax. Okay? So clear tayo dito. And then we have here, okay, so ito naman mga liability pa ng security agency. So they will serve as the withholding agent for compensation of security guards. Kasi yung whole amount naman ng salary babayaran sa security agency ng business. So security agency na yung bahalang mag-compute ng withholding for compensation and then mag-remit to the BIR. Although kailangan niya mag-furnish sa client, okay, or sa business, ng notarized certification indicating the name of the guards employed by the client, okay, their respective team, salaries, and withholding for each, without prejudice to the requirements for MAP or QAP na ngayon and SAWT. Okay? So kailangan yung businesses bigyan sila ng copy ng records ng mga employees ng security agency or which are the security guard. So for the client naman, okay, they will only withhold on the agency fee, not the whole amount, not on the whole payment to the security agency. Okay? So claim salaries of security guards as his own expense, okay? Basta nakasubstantiate ng notarized certification of withholding and the non-VAT acknowledgement receipt from the receipts. Kasi di ba sabi natin yung vatable lang and isa-subject lang sa OR yung agency fee. Yung binayaran nating sweldo ng mga guards dun sa security agency, ang ibibigay lang sa atin is non-VAT acknowledgement receipt. Okay? Kapag hindi tayo nakapag-comply sa mga requirements na to, okay, the consequence is yung buong payment ang masasubject sa withholding and input VAT kapag na-review tayo ni BIR. And that's a big slap on our wrist if we pay all of that. Kasi you can see, ibig sabihin yung withholding tax ng buong sweldo ng mga guards at saka yung VAT sa atin ipapabayad. Okay? 6 transactions regardless of the amount per transaction either in the previous year or current year. If you can see, dito sa slide na to, meron tayong exemption na 10,000, di ba? And then dito, meron tayo ulit exemption na at least 6 transactions. Actually, para hindi kayo withholden ng government, you should meet these 2 items. So, kailangan meron kang transaction na less than 10,000 and at least or maximum na 6 transactions lang per year. Kung ganun lang kakunti yung transactions mo, 6 transactions a year, and then lahat nun per transaction less than 10,000 lang, pwede yun, hindi ka na i-withhold ng government. Okay? Pero, once na more than 10,000 yung transaction mo, or you have a transactions of more than 6 transactions with the government, either this year or prior year, i-withhold ka na ng government on that 1% or 2% payment. Okay? Yun yung requirement. Actually, even for yung mga regular withholding agent natin na mga identified ng BIR, same, ganun din yung magiging rule. We will discuss that later also. Okay. So that's how strict it is. Kaya normally, kapag may mga government transactions, expected na merong withholding ang government. Okay. Ito, I've mentioned it. Casual or single purchase of 10,000 and below. Okay. And then a single purchase amounting to 10,000 or more, subject na siya. Ito, these are the top withholding agents naman. Okay. So top withholding agents are classified in this manner. So these are duly notified by the commissioner or the BIR. Before, kailangan mo munang makareceive ng letter para masabing top withholding agent. Now, yung BIR, minamaximize na niya yung technology. So on their website, periodically, naglalabas sila doon ng listing ng mga top withholding agents. So sa atin, for accountants, especially the one in charge in tax, kailangan periodically tinitignan natin at least every month yung website ng BIR para doon sa mga top withholding agents. Kasi anytime pwede silang mag-update. Okay, at kapag nasama ka doon, kailangan the next month, ipapractice mo na yung withholding. Okay? So, we need to be aware on these updates kasi hindi pwedeng idahilan na hindi natin nakita. Okay, kapag na-audit tayo ng BIR and then they've seen the top withholding agent ka as published on the BIR website, you cannot say na you are not aware kaya hindi ako nag-withhold. So, same consequences. We will cover the withholding withholding taxes na hindi natin nabayaran. And then meron pa mga surcharge and interest and compromise penalty. So these are the qualifications ng mga nilalagay nilang top withholding agents dun sa list ng BIR. First are the large taxpayers. So this is under the Revenue Regulations 1-98. So there are some requirements depending on your transactions. Okay, yung mga malalaking sales, purchases, meron tayong list kung paano nila identify as large taxpayer. Actually, it's been a long time, 1998, nung nilista nila to. Mamaya, pag nakita nyo yung numbers, magulat kayo baka yung mga large taxpayer, ganito lang pala yung requirement to be included on the list. And then we have the top 20,000 private corporations. Okay? And then with the top 5,000 individuals. Ito, same rin. Ngayon hindi ka nasasabihan na top 20 ka or top 5,000. Basta sinama yung pangalan mo dun sa top withholding agents. You will already fall under this category of requiring you to withhold and remit to the BIR. So yung mga 1% and 2% kagaya nun sa government, you are already required to do that also. And letter B, ito yung last na nadagdag dun sa top withholding agents qualifications. These are the taxpayers identified and included as medium taxpayers and those under the taxpayer account management program. Dito ang qualification usually, if merong mga abrupt changes sa mga tax payments. Halimbawa, this year, ang laki ng binabayaran mong income tax and then the next year biglang lumiit or the other way around, this year maliit tas biglang lumaki. pag meron ng mga ganong discrepancies or significant changes, you might fall under this qualification. Okay? The Taxpayer Account Management Program. Kasi ngayon, since online na tayo, especially yung mga AFPS or yung mga records na fina-file natin, madali na nilang makita yung mga movement ng mga tax payments natin. They do analysis on this. Okay? So if there are mga big changes, mga ganon, one of the red flags, okay, for the BIR. Actually, even when conducting their audit, kapag namimili sila ng mga companies na re-review nila, this is also one of the things that they are looking at. Even during the time na kapag na-re-review na kayo, na-audit na, halimbawa mga LOA natin, taon-taon na lang, they will look at this pattern, whether the revenue and the expenses or the revenue and the taxes parang tally with the movement. Kasi baka lumalaki yung revenue mo, pero yung taxes mo lumiliit. Mga ganong qualifications, red flag sa BIR yung ganon. So these are the criteria that I mentioned, yung sa top 10,000 tsaka top 5,000 ng individual. So taxpayer with a net VAT paid or payable of 100,000, taxpayer with an annual income tax paid or payable of 200,000, taxpayer with a percentage tax of 100,000, gross sales 10 million, gross purchases of 5 million, excise tax payments of 100,000. So these are, nung 1998 pa to, kaya if titignan natin, actually maliit na to ngayon. Baka kung strictly speaking, ganito yung ginamit nilang criteria para ma-identify yung top 20,000. Hindi lang 20,000 ang magpo-fall dito. Diba? So annual income tax of 200,000, that's ano lang yun. Even for medium companies, madali silang mag-fall dyan. Although ngayon kasi iba na yung criteria, mas marami na silang sinasama. Kaya kapag visit nyo yung BIR website and you check yung mga corporations na required na mag-withhold, ang dami, marami doon. Okay. And then usually, laging padagdag lang ng padagdag. Nagtatanggal lang yung BIR doon is madalang lang. Probably kapag nag-close yung business. Pero hindi automatic or mahirap nang matanggal kapag naisali ka na doon sa list na yun. Okay. Kasi it's one way. Sabi nga natin kanina, to help the government, specifically to the BIR, to collect taxes. Okay? Kasi as a withholding agent, you will be doing this regularly for every transaction, yung 1% and 2%. Okay? And you'll have to remit it on a monthly basis. So authority to withhold. So only corporations determined and duly notified by BIR shall be liable to withhold as top 20,000 corporation. Okay? So effectivity from the date of receipt of the notice classifying the company as top 20,000 corporations. Although sabi nga natin ngayon, on the website na siya. So kalimbawa, na-add ka this month, June, nag-update yung BIR, nakita mo nandun yung pangalan ng company mo or you as a individual. Top 5,000 individual taxpayer. So the next month, you should already be starting the withholding of 1% and 2% to all of your suppliers. Okay? Sige. Ayan. So we have here the publication now on the BIR website, as we mentioned. So the obligation to withhold under this subsection should commence on the first day of the month, as we mentioned, following the month of publication. So if this June ka na sama sa list, July 1, kailangan nagwi-withhold ka na. Okay, that will already be the speaking doon, actually, yes, if the services, okay, or the goods na ginagamit nyo ay dito nyo ginagamit, the consumption is in the Philippines or domestic. Okay? Kasi if hindi siya dito sa domestic, kahit binili mo siya sa foreign, kung sa foreign mo naman siya ginamit, wala yung subject sa withholding. But if dito sa Philippines, yes, it is subject to withholding tax and it's 30% tax rate. Okay, final withholding tax of 30%. Okay. Pwede mong gawin as a workaround. Usually, yung mga subscription na ganyan, meron silang monthly billing. And then if meron kang credit card, dun na nila ini-issue, right? Pwedeng yung ipang subscribe mo na payment dun sa billing is a company credit card. Okay, lesser risk actually. Kasi yung rate natin doon 30% or lower if meron tax treaty dun sa domicile country nung ano natin, supplier, okay, or provider ng service. Pero if wala, 30% final withholding tax normally. Okay? Kasi ang ginagawa doon, yung iba, what we are suggesting is gino-gross up pa nila. Kasi when you pay on the subscription, hindi mo naman pwedeng bawasan ng 30%. Automatic if credit card yan or debit card, kukunin nila yung buong payment. So ang pwede mong gawin is pwede mo siyang i-gross up. Yun nga lang, medyo malaki siya. Kasi 30%, that's already your tax rate. Okay? So for deductibility, sabihin mo hindi mo siya magamit for income tax, kaso baka ipabayad sa'yo yung withholding tax mismo nun. That's already another 30%. Okay? So that's the answer on that. So ito ngayon nabanggit natin na workaround, if you have a company-issued credit card, doon nyo ipadaan yung payments nyo ng subscriptions. Actually, that's what we are doing to some of our accounts. Kasi as I've mentioned, meron kami nung parang software technology company because we are employing our cloud-based. So yung ginagamit namin na database is a Microsoft Azure. So yung provider nun is Microsoft from US. Okay, so we are on a subscription basis. Although kasi yung iba sa amin, for that subscription, since wala naman dito yung server, nandun eh. Ibig sabihin yung service, nandun siya. Kaya hindi kami nawi-withhold dun sa mga yon. Pero kapag yung ibang subscription dito nyo talaga ginagamit, dun sila subject sa withholding tax na 30%. So you need to check kung ano ba yung specific service, okay, or subscription na ina-avail natin on that foreign supplier. Dito ba nako-consume yung service or yung goods or baka dun siya sa foreign corporation? Kasi there have been a case na ganyan eh. Akala nila automatic kapag foreign, okay, yung supplier, kailangan ma-withholdan na ng 30% final tax. Kaso ang requirement kasi ng revenue for those foreign corporations, kailangan yung income nila galing talaga dito sa Philippines. Okay? So I'm not sure kung ano yung service na ginagawa ninyo. You just have to check kung ano yung service at saka saan siya nako-consume. Yung sa amin, yung sample ko is yung server nila yung gamit namin. Kaso yung server nila wala naman dito sa Pilipinas, outside of the country. Kasi kapag cloud-based, di ba, wala kang physical server. Cloud server ang tawag nila. Pero kahit cloud server yon, meron pa rin physical server somewhere. Okay? Wala lang siya within your premise as a company. Yung nagmamanage nun, yung provider mo. Pero nandyan yan somewhere. Yung sa amin, I think nasa Singapore yung gamit naming server. So if outside the Philippines, hindi yun subject sa withholding tax. Okay? Kung doon kino-consume yung goods or service. Alright? I hope I answered that question. Okay, Meralco payments. Current amount due appearing on the billing statement. Okay, this will include installation and removal cost of service application. So ito, part to ng top withholding agent. So kung meron kayong mga Meralco payments or kung dito, Pelco, okay, Sfelapco, Angeles Electric, okay. So on top of the current amount due, pati yung mga installation or removal cost kung meron. Kasi usually mga businesses, meron silang dedicated. Okay, lalo yung mga malalaki. And then exclude the reimbursement for relocation of poles and other electrical facilities. Kasi ito mga parang pass-through expenses lang. Okay. So yung mga basic expenses na related dun sa consumption of electricity, yun ang subject sa withholding as a top withholding agent. Telecommunication companies, okay, your payment to PLDT, to Globe, okay, so Sun under PLDT na rin. So this will be the current amount due appearing on the billing statement. Okay. So remember, kailangan top withholding agent ka dito para withhold mo yung mga expenses na to, mga certain for utilities. Okay. So exclude the overseas communication tax in case of overseas dispatch, message or conversation origination in the Philippines. Okay, kasi meron na silang ibang treatment doon. So you only have the current amount due appearing on the billing statement for your communication. So this will go even for yung mga telephone or cell phone, okay, for postpaid. So life and non-life insurance, okay, this will also be included the premiums paid, excluding VAT, DST, local tax, and others. If paid through brokers or agents, withhold 2%, okay, and then mag-issue ka ng 2307. But remember, these are for business, okay, or for kung non-individual naman, halimbawa may kinuha sila para sa mga employees nila, doon mag-withhold sila. Pero as an individual, kung kumuha ka ng insurance, okay, like sa Sun Life or sa Pro Life or other insurance companies, hindi mo kailangan mag-withhold. Okay? Kasi sabi natin kanina, for individuals, mga business-related lang. Okay? Unless you can prove na yung insurance mo na yon is related sa business. Alright? Or sole proprietorship ka, may employees mo, kinuha mo ng insurance in the name of the company, okay, in the name of the sole proprietorship business, then yes, you have to to do the withholding if you are a top 5,000 individual. So life and non-life to so even the insurance on vehicles, properties, any other type of insurance, it is included also here. Payments to banks, okay, interest on loans, service charges, and other charges considered as income of the bank. Okay, so kung withholding agent and you have loans to the banks, so you are also required to withhold. So ang exemption lang dito is for the payment of principal. Okay, kasi principal, it's not the type of income. It's just giving back the principal money. So sa interest lang yung withholding. Okay? Interest paid on loans from banks, trust, group, department. Okay? So hindi kasama yung principal dito yung interest expense lang. Kasi usually when we pay, di ba may amortization schedule, usually ganyan yan, and it's a fixed amount. Yung fixed amount na yon, hinahati yon to a principal and interest. Usually magbibigay naman ng amortization table yung bangko. So you can see on your monthly payment, magkano dito yung para sa principal, magkano dito yung para sa interest. So look at the interest part and then kailangan mo mag-withhold doon ng 2% for the interest. Okay, as a top withholding agent. Membership fees, assessment dues, and service fees. Clubs organized and operated exclusively for pleasure, recreation, and other non-profit purposes. Condominium corporation and homeowners association, except from the homeowners associations that are exempt from tax. Okay, so yung mga clubs organized, yung mga to, kasi di ba other companies, they provide some additional entertainment to their directors, to their executives. So they will member their company on that clubs or membership, mga golf clubs, mga ganon. Okay? So you also need to withhold on these payments. Condominium corporations naman, homeowners association, nabanggit natin kanina, di ba, yung mga homeowners association under HLURB. Okay? Kailangan makuha muna yung certificate of tax exemption ng homeowners association. Before kasi, homeowners association are automatically exempt from income tax. However, during the time ni Commissioner Henares, binaliktad niya yung general perception. So generally, taxable ang homeowners association. And then you need to apply para ma-exempt ka. Not just on the income tax, even the VAT. Okay, it's one of the parang medyo kina-question na mga regulations na nilabas during her time ni Commissioner Henares. So, hindi automatic na exempted ang mga homeowners association. Okay, sa income tax and VAT, they need to apply. They need to have some certain requirements like certification from the LGU na yung mga security, garbage collection, yung mga light, hindi pinoprovide ng LGU sa kanila. Sila mismo as a homeowners association na nagbabayad doon. Okay? So it's a prejudice actually to the LGU kasi they will issue a certificate na parang hindi namin ginagawa o hindi namin pinoprovide yung service namin sa kanila. Okay? Ganun siya. Kaya mahirap din mag-apply. Ginawa yun ni Commissioner Henares, although dati automatic exempted na sila. Kasi they are non-stock non-profit association. All of their collections from the homeowners are actually used for the association itself or for yung nila, yung dun sa lugar, like for lighting, security, okay, and other facilities, garbage collection, ganyan. So it's very controversial during that time. Hotels, motels, resorts representing gross billings, 2%. So remember again, these are for business-related kapag individual or for corporations naman if you are a top withholding agents, okay? Baka naman personally, magbabakasyon kayo ng family, mag-check-in sa hotel, baka sabihin nyo, mag-withhold kayo ng 2% kasi nabasa nyo dun sa training, di ba? So, as long as it's related to the business and you're a top withholding agent, you are required, okay, mandated to withhold. Private hospitals, okay, 2%, 2% payment to non-stock non-profit hospital also, okay. And then GOCCs which are not tax exempt, like the Philippine Postal Corporation, okay, 1% or 2%. Magazines, newspaper subscription, 1%. Okay, except dun sa na-discuss kanina na yung mga regular subscription na printing. Sa printing yon. Pero ito kapag dumadaan kayo, halimbawa sa mga marketing company, marketing agency na nagpo-provide ng mga magazine, newspaper subscriptions, they are subject to 1% withholding tax. Okay, HMOs. Okay, so these are for the companies who provide the HMOs to their employees. So subject sa 2% withholding tax. Okay. TV and radio stations for airing commercials. Actually, this is already under dun sa contractor, if you remember. So even if you're not top withholding, you are required to withhold 2% for the TV and radio stations for airing commercials or for any marketing purposes. Direct payments to newspaper publishers for print advertisements, 2%. So basta hindi sila yung regular subscription. Okay, kasi yung mga nagbabayad naman for advertisement dito, it's depende on the timing. Okay. Payment made by ad agency to newspaper publishers for print advertisement, 2%. Movie and concert tickets, also 2%. But then again, okay, so as long as na related to sa business and for naman, non-individuals, Kahit hindi siya related as long as you are a top withholding agent. Okay, on the 2%. And the name of the receipt is under the name of the company. Okay. Ito yung tax rate natin. This is the common one, okay? Our regular corporate income tax. For domestic corporation, okay, your income within or without the Philippines, kasama yon sa taxable income mo. Okay? Again, so if you are a domestic corporation here in the Philippines, so lahat ng kita mo, whether within the Philippines or outside the Philippines, kasama yun sa computation ng taxable income, which is 30%. Okay? When we say net taxable income, this is after you deduct yung expenses natin, like cost of sales, cost of services, okay, or pati mga general and administrative expenses, selling expenses, marketing. Alright? So, halimbawa, you have a company na parang mga architects, and then merong kumuha sa company ninyo to do an architectural project in other countries like Hong Kong. So, yung kita nyo from that sa Hong Kong na yun, kasama yun sa computation nyo ng income tax dito sa Philippines. Okay? For resident foreign corporation, ito naman, yung taxable lang sa kanila is yung mga income nila within the Philippines. Okay? And these are subject to 30% of also net taxable income. Okay? For non-resident foreign corporation, okay, only the income within the Philippines is subject to 30% gross income. Okay? When we say gross income, yung ano na mismo nila, yung income na nila at gross. This is the reason also kung bakit yung final withholding tax ng non-resident foreign corporation is 30%. So wini-withhold mo na at full yung kailangang bayaran ng non-resident foreign corporation. Kasi nga as we've mentioned, hindi naman magsasubmit ng returns yung non-resident foreign corporation dito sa Philippines. Okay? So you will be doing the tax payment on behalf of that non-resident foreign corporation. As long as the income, okay, the situs of the income is within the Philippines. All right? You need to be clear on that one. Kung dito ba talaga nila kinita yung income na yon. Okay, next. Sige. Interest sa definition. So interest definition, this should refer to the payment for the use or forbearance or detention of money, regardless of the name it is called or denominated. It includes the amount paid for the borrower's use of money during the term of the loan as well as for his detention of money after the due date for its repayment. So, simply speaking, ito yung interest, okay? This is the interest. In accounting, meron silang tinatawag na non-interest bearing. Actually, even the non-interest bearing has interest. So they just, inaano lang nila yung terms, okay? So, kasi as long as na meron kang hiniram na pera, okay, and then hindi meron kang binabayaran for that on top, there's always an interest that should be considered on that item. So these are the usual interest rates for the interest from banks, the withholding taxes. So for interest income from savings deposit, time deposits, deposit substitutes, and other government securities derived from sources within the Philippines, generally it's it is 20%. Okay? So yung mga savings natin, even for individual accounts, they are already subjected to 20% final withholding tax. On pre-terminated long-term deposits by corporations, 20% naman. Okay? Pero kapag na-exercise in full, yung mga long-term deposits, the interest rates are actually lower. So for Pre-terminated long-term deposits by individual, if less than 5 years, okay, 4 years to less than 5 years, that will be 5%. If 3 years to less than 4 years, it's 12%. While kung less than 3 years naman, so parang normal savings na lang siya, 20% withholding. Okay? So itong mga long-term deposits na to, okay, kasi the government is encouraging for savings, for deposits, yung mga corporations. Kaya binibigyan sila ng incentive. Na kapag nag-deposit sila in a long term, mas maliit yung withholding tax na babayaran nila. Okay? But if you do it shorter than the usual, so the shorter it gets, the higher the withholding tax is. Okay? Hanggang sa maging normal na lang siya na 20%. So interest income from deposits with FCDUs, it is 15%. So FCDUs, these are the foreign currency depository units. So if you have saving deposits in US dollar, okay, Japanese yen, okay, and other currencies other than the Philippine pesos, mas maliit yung interest rate niya, di ba? 15% if you look at it. Samantalang yung sa taas, if you can see, yung savings normal, it's 20%. Again, the reason is the government is encouraging more foreign deposits, okay, in the Philippines. Kasi having foreign deposits helps on the fluctuation nung nung palitan ng peso against other foreign currency. Okay? So that's the reason why kung bakit mas mababa yung withholding tax. This is final, okay? Final withholding tax interest on the interest income. So interest on foreign loans, final withholding tax at the rate of 20% is hereby imposed on the amount of interest on foreign loans contracted on or after August 1, 1986. Actually, this is all still the same, okay, 20%. So usual ito actually sa mga companies dito na merong foreign parent company, di ba? Kasi especially if startup yung domestic company dito, kailangan pa nila ng support, magpo-provide ng loan yung parent company nila sa abroad. So the interest can be subjected to or is subjected to 20% final withholding tax. However, okay, actually hindi naman required or mandatory na mag-charge ka ng interest. Kasi if the company is yours, like nasa abroad ka, di ba, there's a foreign company, yung parent mo, subsidiary mo wholly owned, yung company dito sa Philippines, papahiram mo siya, why should you charge interest in the first place? Di ba? Kasi ganun din naman, kunwari mag-i-income yung foreign company, expense naman sa domestic. Sa kanila naman yun, di ba? So it won't make sense na parang kunwari kumita ka pa. Ganun din naman, sa'yo naman yung domestic corporation. And on top of that, kailangan mo pa magbayad ng withholding tax na 20% on the interest. Okay? Kasi there have been an issue on this before. All right? Merong ganun na nag-practice foreign corporation, okay, and then meron siyang domestic na subsidiary, wholly owned niya. Okay, pinahiram niya ng loan, nag-execute sila ng loan, walang interest. Okay, kasi nga same logic. Why would I charge interest on that? Sa akin naman yan, di ba? Ang BIR before, ang ina-argue niya dun sa related party transactions. Okay? Kasi hindi daw yun arm's length. Or arm's length, ibig sabihin, parang hindi yun normal na transaction. Na bakit kapag ba ikaw nagpahiram ka ng pera sa ibang company, papayag ka ba na walang interest? Yun yung question ng BIR. So, before sabi nila, kailangan maglagay ka ng interest. Mandatory whether you like it or not. Okay. The case was even went up to the Supreme Court. Okay. Saying and the final decision is Sabi niya, BIR, no, you cannot mandate interest on that if the contract is clearly state that there should be or there is no interest on that transaction. Okay? Ang naging kaso na lang nila is yung sa DST, okay, or yung documentary stamp tax dun sa advances. Sabi nila, oh, okay, magbayad na lang ng DST yung corporation dun sa loans. Kasi supposedly yung mga loans, subject yan sa DST. Okay. Ngayon, 2 pesos for every 200 or 1%. Well, that's better kesa naman dun sa ini-impose na interest ni BIR before. Especially for this foreign loans na masasubject pa sa 20% withholding tax yung interest. Okay. So if you have advances sa mga related parties, you should look at it subject yun sa documentary stamp tax. Okay? Especially for companies na hindi nagde-declare ng dividends. Yun yung very usual. Kasi other companies hindi sila nagde-declare ng dividends because of the withholding tax. Okay? Sige, discuss pa natin yan in detail later on. Royalties. Okay? So royalty, it's the consideration for the use of or the right to use. Okay? Of, sample, copyright of literary, artistic or scientific work including cinematograph films or films or tapes used for radio or television broadcasting. Patent, trademark, design or model, plan, secret formula or process, industrial, commercial or scientific equipment, information concerning industrial, commercial or scientific experience. Ito parang parang rental ng intangible asset. Okay? Parang you have something out of intangible this is non-tangible unlike properties like building, okay, or land or other things that you can rent. Ito kasi pag royalties, mga intangible assets sila. So these are subject to final withholding tax. Okay, including franchise, okay, any patent on trademark on the name kapag ginamit mo yung pangalan ng iba, like nag-franchise ka ng Jollibee or McDo, okay, yung royalty payments is subject to final withholding tax. Okay? Which is 20% pala the normal. Okay? 20% final withholding tax. So, kapag ganyan, you just have to have a clear context sa kontrata ninyo, especially if you are entering these kinds of agreements, yung patent, trademark, design, model. Kasi normally speaking, yung royalty tax, dapat babayaran yon nung owner ng royalty. Okay? Kasi sila yung income earner. And then ikaw naman, if you are the customer, magwi-withhold ka lang. Kung ang agreement nyo, let's say, ang franchise fees, 100,000. So normally, 80,000 lang ibabayad mo sa kanya, yung 200,000 you withhold mo, and then ibabayad mo sa BIR. Unless, okay, sa contract nakalagay, the royalty fee net of withholding tax, yun, ibang usapan na yun. Okay? So you just need to have the understanding kung paano yung agreement ninyo. Okay? As yung isa owner of the royalty and the other one as the one who will use the royalty. Okay? Or specific trademark, patent, or franchise. Okay? So dividends. Okay? So a corporate profit set aside, declared, and ordered by the directors to be paid to the stockholders on demand or at a fixed time. So until the dividends is declared, these corporate profits belong to the corporation, not to the stockholders, and are liable for corporate indebtedness. So dividends, of course, if you are a stockholder or you are an owner of a corporation, So common lang to sa mga corporation. Okay, this is not applicable for individuals. Either ipamana mo yan, i-donate mo, okay, or either ipamana through an estate, okay, yung namatayan, transfer. So lahat sila pare-parehas na 6%. Kasi before, when naririnig natin yung mga mayayaman, meron pang estate planning, yung ganon. Kasi dati malaki yung estate tax, hindi siya 6%. Kaya ang ginagawa nila, so before mamatay yung may-ari ng mga properties, i-manage na nila kung paano i-transfer yung ownership dun sa heir. Okay? Pero ngayon, wala nang difference. Not 6% na lang. Kasi same lang naman sila if you look at it, yung transaction, same nature, which is to transfer, okay, the real property. Okay? Yung registration or the ownership of the real property. So lahat yun, 6% na. So for prizes and awards, for individuals, so received by citizen, resident alien, or non-resident alien, engage, okay, in trade or business. So if over 10,000 pesos, there's a 20% final withholding tax. Okay? If 10,000 and below, 5% to 35% normal income tax. So there's an exemption for PCSO. So kasama lang siya sa train law. Okay, so yung mga napapanalunan sa PCSO, exempt. Okay. So yung nabanggit natin kanina, yung mga nananalo na sasakyan, kapag merong mga show or sa mga mall, ganon. So hindi mo automatic makukuha yung sasakyan. You need to pay first 20% of the value. Kaya ang iba, normally, ginagawa nila, binibenta na lang nila agad if they want prices like that. Lalo na kung mas mahal yung sasakyan. Kasi kung mas mahal yung sasakyan, ibig sabihin, mas mahal yung withholding tax na babayaran mo. Sipin mo na lang 20% of its value, and if wala ka naman talagang cash, so hindi mo makukuha yung sasakyan mo kaagad. Okay? Even if you want it. Okay? If received by non-resident alien not engaged in trade or business, that will be 25% final withholding tax. So again, non-resident alien not engaged in trade or business, these are the mga foreigners who are staying less than half of the year here in the Philippines, or less than 6 months. Okay. So if received by a corporation, prizes and awards, okay, it will be subject to the normal income tax or regular corporate income tax rate of 30%. Okay. Branch profit remittance. So, some foreign corporations kasi, imbis na magtayo sila ng separate entity or corporation in the Philippines, pwede silang gumawa ng Philippine branch. So it's like, it's only an extension of their company in a foreign country. Okay? So it has a different tax rate of 15%. Okay? So the tax base will be the total profits applied or earmarked for the remittance without any deduction for the tax component thereof. So whether these are actual remittance, nung actual na pera na pinadala, okay, dun sa foreign company, or even just constructive remittance. So whether direct or indirect remittance. So ano bang ibig sabihin nito? For example, si company sa foreign, may pinautang siya dito sa branch. Okay? So si branch, imbis na magbayad na lang, magbibigay siya ng remittance, in-offset na lang niya sa utang. So that's an example of indirect remittance. So kahit ganun siya, kahit walang actual cash na nilabas, it is still subject to 15% tax rate. Okay? So we have an exemption for the branch profit remittance. So branches or branch corporations that are PEZA registered. So kapag ginawa sila within the Clark, Subic, mga yan. So these are not subject to the 15% branch profit remittance. Okay. So they are already paying 5% GIT in lieu of taxes. Kasi yung tax regime nila na 5%, this already covers all taxes, whether national or local taxes. Kaya maraming benefits yung mga PEZA registered. Kaya isa yan doon sa mga tina-target nila sa mga changes, di ba? Doon sa dati sa train to, okay, tapos naging trabaho bill, ngayon create bill. So sila yung first na tina-target noon as PEZA registered corporations kasi sabi nila masyado silang maraming benefits and masyadong matagal kasi parang unlimited. Okay? So ngayon, binabago nila although somehow it will still be favorable syempre to attract investment kasi yun naman yung reason kung bakit special yung tax rate nila, hindi kagaya ng mga normal corporations outside of those PEZA registered. 'Di ba? Kasi 30% yung mga normal ngayon. Pero sila 5% lang. Pero GIT, gross income. So revenue less cost of sales or cost of services, gross income. Yun na yung subject sa 5% agad. Pero that's already in lieu of like real property tax. Hindi sila nagbabayad ng real property tax annually. Kasi kind of tax yun. So part yun, tanggal na sa kanila yun. And other taxes na related sa operations. Okay? So interest, dividends, royalties, and other income, gains or profits received by the foreign parent within the Philippines, except if effectively connected with the conduct of trade or business in the Philippines through the branch. So these are the exemptions. Okay? Kasi pansin nyo itong mga to, subject na sila sa final withholding tax. Okay? Sige. So issuance of creditable withholding tax certificate. So paano ba yung process? Ngayon nalaman na natin ano yung mga wini-withholdan, kailangan natin silang withholdan. So what's the process of compliance with this withholding taxes? So we have here what we call certificate, creditable withholding tax certificate. So every time that we withhold an amount from our supplier, these are considered as tax credit on their part. So kapag gagamitin nila yon as tax deduction or as a tax credit sa tax due nila, they need a proof, okay, to show that that a customer actually withheld an amount from them. So ito yung role ng Form 2307. Okay, ganito yung itsura niya generally. Pero yung bagong nagkaroon lang ng barcode. Okay, pero ganito siya. So pwede silang ibigay monthly or pwede rin quarterly. Okay? So you just need to fill up yung details natin for the period, the taxpayer, okay? The TIN, the address, and then if foreign address. And then we also here have here yung payer. Okay, tayo naman to, yung nagbabayad. And then also our TIN and the registered address. So all types of withholding, basta creditable, pwede nating ilagay dito. Okay. So the issuance of BIR Form 2307 or the Certificate of Creditable Withholding Tax should be provided by the payer or the withholding agent kung sino yung nag-withhold in triplicate within 20 days following the close of the taxable quarter employed by the payee in filing his or its quarterly income tax return. The reason is, kaya kung bakit every quarter at the minimum, kasi yung filing ng income tax, okay, quarterly din. Kasi kung magbabayad sila ng income tax and then gagamitin nila as creditable, yung withhold sa kanila, they need to have a proof. So at a minimum, dapat on that quarter, nakuha na nila yung mga certificates. Okay? Upon the request of the payee, the payer must furnish certificates simultaneously with the income payment. Okay? Pwede rin silang mag-request, okay, ng mas maaga. Kasi ito yung proof natin sa kanila na nagbayad tayo. Kasi yung sample natin, like we have 1,000 pesos, okay, magwi-withhold tayo ng 100. Supposedly, we're paying them 1,000. Pero since magwi-withhold tayo, 900 na cash lang ang ibibigay natin sa kanila, the 100 should be represented with this BIR Form 2307. Okay? So, sila kasi sa part nila, they will have to fill out yung tinatawag nating SOUT, okay, or yung summary, yung alpha list of the withholding taxes. Okay? Para makita kung sino yung mga nag-withhold sa kanila. Kasama yon sa mga isasubmit nila dun sa income tax due on a quarterly basis. Okay? Kasi yung Certificate 2307, kapag hindi mo siya na-declare on the right quarter, hindi mo na siya pwedeng gamitin. Strictly speaking. Okay? Kaya kailangan tama kung kailan mo siya i-declare for that specific quarter. Ideally. Pero somehow, with my experience sa mga audit, as long as it is within the taxable year, pwede pa siya. Okay? Kaya yung iba, naghahabol sila especially pag December na. Yung mga October, November, December na 2307, pag hindi pa nabibigay sa kanila, filing na ng annual tax return. March na, April na, naghahabulan pa ng 2307. Right? So kailangan, kung ikaw yung winidoholdan, you should have the initiative to follow up, okay, and to get the 2307. Okay. Actually, may panlaban ka. Although this is not really a strong suggestion, but you can do this before you issue an OR, okay, or an invoice. Siyempre, ang OR, di ba, it's the payment. Kaya ka nagbibigay, palitan. Babayaran ka, bibigay ka ng OR as a proof of payment. And the 2307 is part of the payment. Okay? So sabihin mo, before namin ibigay yung OR, siyempre on top of the payment, kailangan mo rin bigay yung Certificate of 2307. With that technique, I'm sure, ibibigay nila yung 2307. Kasi with a lot of transactions on a daily basis, minsan nagkakalimutan na ng mga 2307. Okay, especially kapag quarterly mo yan kinokollect. Mahirap na silang maipon. Okay, and then masubject ka sa audit, pwede nilang tingnan yung mga actual 2307 on hand mo. Okay? So, what if hindi ka nagbigay ng 2307 pero nag-withhold ka? So, what will be the consequence? So, failure to furnish the tax certificate is a ground for mandatory audit of payer's income tax liabilities upon verified complaint of the payee. So, pwede kang ireklamo ng supplier mo na nag-withhold ka pero hindi ka nagbigay ng 2307. And actually, malaking yun, possible magkaroon ka ng malaking problem kasi pwede kang i-audit on the spot ng BIR. Okay, it can trigger an LOA from the BIR. So, you will be subjected to review. So, if you're not ready on that, siyempre, you need to be careful. Okay? Kaya do not ignore yung mga supplier nyo. Okay na, humingi ng 2307. Or on your part, since you now know, actually yung iba, ginagawa nilang panakot. Although that is the last recourse na, okay? Last resort to get the 2307. Kasi syempre, these are your customers. Diba? You don't want to lose your customer just because of the Form 2307 ng withholding tax. Okay, this is your business. Madadaan naman yan sa usapan. You'll just have to frequently follow up talaga yung mga BIR forms na to. Okay, because somehow they are still very important and part of the business itself. Okay. So there have been revision in 2018 sa mga forms kasi before they have different form names. Pero ngayon they already we have the BIR form 0619E and the 0619F. So yung 0619E is for the expanded and 0619F is for the final withholding tax which are filed on a monthly basis. So fina-file sila on the first 2 months of your quarter. Okay? And then every 10th day. dahil hindi ka nag-submit ng mga alpha list. Kasi the alpha list actually and the VAT relief, if I just may add, are very important for the BIR. Kasi ito na ngayon ang ginagamit nila to cross-check, okay, the taxes paid and declared by each enterprise. If you can see, if you are the withholding tax agent, we will prepare the alpha list, the QAP, correct? So sa part naman ng supplier, since gagamitin niya yan as creditable, they will prepare an SAWT, okay, or yung SOUT. So yung SOUT na yan, binabangga nila yan dun sa QAP na ginagawa ng withholding agent. So kapag merong mga items sa QAP and then hindi lumitaw dun sa SAWT na dineclare ng supplier, ibig sabihin meron siyang hindi dineclare na income, probably. Right? So that's one way for the BIR to counter-check. And now, they can do it automatically through the system. Kaya mapapansin nyo, minsan makaka-receive na lang kayo ng sulat. Ginagawa na nila ito ngayon from the BIR. Telling you na you might not have declared this income from this specific customer. Yung iba kong clients nakaka-receive ng ganong letter. We've noticed that there's a customer who declared this such purchase, okay, and then it was not declared on your income declaration. So may mga ganun na yung BIR ngayon. Ang dali na nilang makita, okay, and kailangan mo sagutin yung sulat na yon. Kasi if not, automatic magkakaroon ka rin ng LOA, okay. And it is also very important yung timing ng mga declaration ng CWT or yung sa QAP tsaka yung sa SOUT ng supplier and the customer. Kasi minsan, magkakaproblema sila sa timing difference. Okay, pwedeng yung supplier, dineclare na niya sa kanyang SAWT or sa income niya, pero yung yung customer, hindi pa pala niya dineclare dun sa QAP niya. Yung isa, pwede siyang ma-assess. Okay? So, kailangan kahit paano nag-uusap din yung supplier at customer when declaring the QAP and SAWT on the withholding taxes. Okay? Minsan may mga nag-aaway I've experienced. Sabihin nila, dapat dineclare mo ng December. Sabihin nung isa, hindi, nagbayad kami January na namin dineclare. So yun, doon pa lang magkakaroon na ng problem, pwedeng ma-assess yung isa. Kasi ginagamit na niya ng December yung 2307, yung nag-withhold pala sa kanya, dineclare niya January pa lang. Kasi sabi ko nga, it's very important na kailangan within the taxable income mo siya gagamitin. Okay? Kaya yung iba, kung December nila nangyaring transaction, doon na nila dine-record at ginagamit. Kasi baka hindi na nila magamit kapag nag-January na. Yung isa naman pala, dineclare nila January. O yun, nakita ng BIR. Mismatch. So, meron siya kagad question. So, you just have to, parang work with the customer and the supplier. Okay? Because these are just administrative and really not part of the core business. Kaya, if someone has to adjust, you just need to talk about it. Okay? Dito, usually nag-aaway yung accounting ng magkabilang kumpanya. Okay? Yung operations magkasundo, nagbebentahan. Tapos yung accounting pala on the backside nag-aaway. Hindi nagbabangga yung mga withholding nila. Okay? So, these are alternative na ginagamit before. USB, meron pa dito, hard copy. Okay? Meron pa ditong floppy disk or USD. Pero ngayon, mas madali na email nyo na lang yung pinakita ko on the e-submission at bir.gov.ph. Okay? From the generation or validated report using the alpha list that can be downloaded from the BIR. Okay. So we will also discuss here the extended deadlines of tax due per RR 11-2020. So here, to simplify it, we just assume na the company has a year ending December 31. Okay? So hindi calendar year lang siya. Okay, to make it simple. So for annual income tax, supposedly April 15 ang deadline, but the extended deadline now is June 14. Okay? So you need to file your income tax. Actually, June 14 is a Sunday. So it will fall the next day. Pwede pa hanggang June 15. Pero we don't recommend na i-maximize nyo yung deadline. For sure, maraming magpa-file at the deadline. Okay? So you would want to file earlier. So actually next week na yung ano niyan. As in malapit na yung deadline. Okay. So 1701, 1701A for the mixed income earners, 1702 for non-individuals. So annual ITR attachments, okay, which is the audited financial statements. If you have a revenue of more than 3 million, okay, mandatory mo lang kailangan ng audited financial statements. And then if you are claiming for withholding taxes on your tax due, yung Q4 na South, kailangan nyo rin siyang i-attach. Okay? So pwede pa to hanggang June 30. Okay? You need to submit. Ngayon, yung BIR, meron sila yung facility na EAFS. So you do not need to go to the BIR. Okay? Or to the other receiving areas. Pwede nyo siyang scan na lang and then i-file doon sa EAFS. Okay? For quarterly income tax, for non-individuals, yung 1702Q, supposedly March 31, for March 31 ending quarter, supposedly May 30, so they have until June 29, okay, to pay their taxes. For quarterly income tax naman, individuals, yung 1701Q, and then if meron ka ring South, original deadline date is May 15, so now it's extended until June 14. Okay? So for VAT naman, and for percentage tax, for the quarterly VAT on the first quarter of the 2020, with the BIR form 2550Q, original due date was April 25. Now we have until June 9, okay, to file and pay our taxes for the VAT. So ano na yan, sa Martes na yan. So for the monthly VAT naman, for the month of April, okay, yung deadline na supposedly originally May 20, the deadline now is June 19. For percentage tax quarterly, okay, same with the quarterly VAT, ang deadline niya is June 9. Okay, remember the percentage tax is quarterly lang, wala tayong monthly. And then for the monthly VAT for the month of May, ito wala nang extension. Same deadline, June 20. Okay, so kung ano yung ano natin na June 20, ganun pa rin siya. Okay, hindi na daw sila magpo-provide ng deadline for the succeeding months. For the compensation withholding tax naman, so yung mga annual compensation and the annual information of employees withholding tax, although tapos na yung extended due date na binigay, so it was last May 30 yung deadline. Actually, this falls, I'm not sure if Saturday or Sunday, pero weekend to eh. So May 31 yung ano niya, extended niya, final. For the monthly compensation, for the month of March, it is extended up to June 9. Same also for the month of April. Okay? Actually, magkakasunod-sunod na sila. While yung monthly withholding tax naman for the month of May is June 10. This is still the original deadline. By the way, yung mga deadline na to, these are for the non-EFPS filer. Okay? Yung mga EFPS filer, you just need to add 1 to 5 days depending on your category or group as an EFPS filer. Okay? For expanded withholding tax, The annual expanded withholding tax, which was due originally on March 31, was extended until May 30. Although again, tapos na to, we should have already filed this. And then for the quarterly expanded withholding tax for the first quarter, end of March, originally April 30, it is extended until June 14. And then for the monthly expanded withholding tax, for the month of April, it's now June 9. For the month of May, this is June 10. Supposedly also June 10. Okay? Yung original ano pa rin, filing ng end of the month. So wala na extension for the month of May as is kung ano yung original deadline nila ulit. Okay? And then just to give you an update on the Create, which is making a buzz nowadays. They are trying to pass it if kaya na nila. Sabi nga nila, July daw ipapasa na to sa Senate, okay, and the Congress. The good news is yung original na 30% na income tax rate, it will now be lowered to 25% kagad. Kasi before, yung dun sa trabaho bill na original yung pinapasa nila, it will be slowly lowered from 30, and then 29, 28, 27 every year hanggang maging 20%. Okay, but with what happened, so ang Department of Finance and the BIR made these proposals with the help of the Congress and the Senate, gagawin ng from 30% to 25%, okay, for corporations. And then yung NOLCO for this, for the month of 2020, if mapapasa yon, for the non-large taxpayers, pwede yung gamitin for 5 years. Okay. Yung NOLCO kasi originally, for 3 years mo lang pwedeng gamitin. Okay, normally speaking. Pero now, if mapasa yung Create bill, you can use it up to 5 years. Okay? Kung hindi mo pa siya ma-consume within the first 3 years. Okay? And then yung mga benefits sa PEZA, mas pinapahaba nila yung transition. Okay? Kasi sabi natin, di ba, yung 5% GIT benefit, papalitan nila yon. Medyo mababa ng konti. Okay? Pero at least ngayon, mas mahaba na yung transition na gagawin nila for that changes. So hopefully, magkatotoo July, may pasa yun. Medyo maingay yun ngayon sa Congress and the Senate. Mas maingay kaysa sa pagbabalik ni ABS-CBN. Kasi mo hindi yun yung priority ng natin, lawmakers. Okay? So do you have questions? Let's see if we have here. So let us know. You can type your questions here. Any clarifications that you need. So mukhang clear lahat, hopefully. Okay, so we have one question. Is the Create bill, if approved, it is for the annual income tax or it will be implemented for the quarterly of 1702Q? They're targeting third quarter. Okay, kasi if mapasa to by July, kasi prospective yung validity. By the time it is signed by the president, siya yung last natin And then mag-aantay lang ilang days upon publication. Okay? Yung IRR ipapahabol na lang nila yan. Okay? Yung implementing rules and regulations. Kasi ganun din ang nangyari if you remember yung train nung 2018. Lumabas yung train, naging batas, walang IRR. Magulo, di ba? Pero in effect, ginawa pa rin nila effective January 1. So kung may pasa to agad, it will already be affected within 2020. Okay, sabi nila July eh.